Hopefully we can get some co-op. But I just wanted to talk briefly, and it will probably lead into longer chatting later as I think of more stuff, because I'm terrible at thinking of stuff on the spot, not on the thought. I'm terrible at thinking of stuff on the spot. But, sorry, I realized I didn't... I got into thinking again, like I was saying, I'm terrible with thoughts because I derail myself, because like I said, I have such a diverse internal monologue. Anyways, I was going to talk about pretty much why I don't play online multiplayer games. Or anything like that. It basically, like, even World of Tanks recently for me is what I'm basically trying to boil what I'm thinking down to, like, an easy describable trait or personality thing, but it's kind of hard to do that. I know I should be talking about what I'm thinking out loud, because that's what a person who's, you know, actually good at doing commentary would do, but I'm not one of those kinds of people, I guess. Anyways, the past, like, month or two, I play World of Tanks on and off as just like a I'll load it up, and when I'm doing other stuff, I'll come over and do a game, like a match or two if I'm waiting for stuff. And I don't know if it's just because I am a person who hates it, so I actively notice it more, but I notice it so much more in online games now than I ever used to when I was younger, because I also hated it when I was younger. And that's people who play online-only games, but just fuck around the entire time. And it's not, like, because I'm competitive. It's like, when I'm trying to play a game of World of Tanks, I'm trying to shoot other tanks and survive as a tank. I'm not trying to run into a guy over and over again and keep shooting at him from behind until he gets so pissed that he starts turning around, and you've just wasted so much time. You basically made it so 2 or 3 or more people are now distracted from what they're actually supposed to be doing. People who want to try to play the actual game. Meanwhile, you have Mr. Fuckhead over here, by which there's no real report function or anything in the game outside of taking a clip of a replay and compressing it into like a shitty quality GIF and then posting it on their forums to report a player for being malicious. And it's like, the extent you have to go to get rid of a player whose track record would clearly just be fuckery the entire time. It's one thing if, like, you had a clip of a guy doing something shitty, but there was no one else to, like, wager in on this. Whereas when something like that happens, you have like 4 or 5 different people who can all see that, and that person probably does that same shit every single game for the hour or 2 that they play the game. And again, this occurs in any online multiplayer game where you either are forced to play alongside other players and don't have an option of a free-for-all or solo thing, because a lot of people will opt for that. And this is part of the reason why League of Legends and games like that are so toxic, because you can have a player who is perfectly able to play the game, who the second something happens that triggers that, like, thing in their brain where it's like, this match is over. This shit sucks. Like, I'm fucking done. And you have that mentality that has shoehorned its way into so many people because of role model streamers and content creators that post videos or live stream themselves raging at stuff. That's why, like, for me, I consider raging at a game like Bloodborne a lot less meaningless. Like, to me, Darkside Phil, it's one thing to rage at a single-player video game, and that's why he initially had a following, because initially Darkside Phil was just the guy who rages at video games and cracks shitty jokes while doing it. And then that eventually evolved into him going back into playing competitive games and online games, and he would just constantly blame the game or lag or other players or something like that. And it dwindled his personality when it came to playing single-player games. Because, again, I'm guilty of doing the same thing where I'll be playing World of Tanks and some guy will do something stupid and that just ruins the entire rest of me playing the game for like 2 hours. That one fucking guy who fucked with me for like 30 seconds messes with me for like 2 hours. And that's, albeit, part of my own personality problem. That's not really, like, something I can change a whole lot as a person. But I do like to say that one of my major differences in terms of my rage is not only am I a little bit more educated on the way that games actually work, so sometimes my criticism is valid, I also am a person who, when stuff is going right, am pretty decent at video games. I wouldn't say I'm pro or speedrunner level. That's why whenever people come to me, like, I'm really good at a video game, and ask me, like, how do I beat this? I'm like, am I really the guy you went to for advice? Like, you didn't look up some other people and stuff like that. Like, one of my friends that I met through playing Neo, on the account that he met me on, he pinned our message thing and called me Neo Pro. And still, like, now, I'm like, I was never extremely good at the game. There are people who play Neo that make me look like a brain-dead fucking idiot. And it's the same thing with Monster Hunter. I can play 2,300 hours of Monster Hunter and still die to the same dumb BS over again. And sometimes, like I said, I do blame the game. But there are a lot of times when I do die. And I don't, like, I just do what everyone else does. You just suck it up. But I'm also a person who, again, can do stuff pretty rhythmically. Like, I can press buttons at a certain pace. And when games drop my inputs, I do notice it. And I don't necessarily mean drop my input as in the input doesn't happen. It's more so just the fact that there are a good portion of times in some of the games that I play when you press a button and you can physically see on the screen, like, the button was pressed but nothing happened. And my favorite game for showcasing that was DMC5 when it came out. I would show me doing inputs. Like, you could look at the screen and play it back. There would be maybe a 1 frame or 2 frame difference in between pressing up and left or whatever I was trying to do to, like, do something in the game, whatever that input may be. And you could see on the screen how the square button would actuate on the controller on the screen, but nothing would change. Or nothing would happen. And it's like, again, I'm perfectly fine with player error. A lot of the time when I take damage in Bloodborne, it's or do something stupid like that, it's completely my fault. Okay, now that this guy is making this so much harder by staying at its ass. That hit me? I think this is the first time I got hit by that in ages, but I'm going to blame networking for that. And that's what I was talking about, though. Blaming the game unnecessarily when it is actually your fault. Dead. Oh, he didn't die. Wow. Hopefully you can learn how to fight him a little bit better. That's not the way you want to be doing that. You basically just watched me kill it at the end there. But Cane is the worst weapon in the game. Obviously. There's totally not another weapon that is pretty much outclassed by everything else in the entire game. But no one ever mentions that weapon. Because for whatever reason, people like to exempt it from the rule. There's like 3 weapons, I would say, are a solid, like, 75 to 80% worse than the Cane, just in their general effectiveness. Rifle, spear, like, it's a gimmick weapon. On most bosses, it's terrible. The moveset sucks. It doesn't do quite a lot of damage in either form. And the gun part is also not that great. It's just kind of not that great all around, on top of the fact that it can't be elementaled without odd gems, which don't add really a whole lot to the weapon. Hope the power doesn't go out. It's pretty windy out there. But yeah, continuing on what I was talking about, I really feel like a person that just doesn't belong playing those kinds of things, at least like in front of other people. Defiance is another good game that was like a great example of why I shouldn't play games like that. I've even debated going back and just deleting all the streams that I did of that game because of how, not only how fucked up I was at the time, internally, but just, like, people don't want to see 30 minutes of you arguing with some guy in the chat. Like, yeah, it does bring a more realistic side to you as a person, but it's also just like, people don't want to see that. People just don't, like, people don't watch this kind of content to get reminded of the fucking retards that they have to deal with on a daily basis. And that's why most people hate other people in video games, because they're the retards that they have to deal with on a regular basis. And yes, I'm using the word retards in 2020. Because when something is slow, it is retarded. When something's effect is not as strong or is lowered, it's called a retardant. A fire retardant lowers the effectiveness of the fire. It retards it. When you need to slow down the timing of an engine, you retard the timing. We need to stop being extra sensitive because some people are different than others. I know people who are gay that would make you feel like they hate gay people with how much they anti-Semitically joke about not only being gay, but other things about it. Jeez. It's getting pretty dang windy out. I might not stream for very long, because if the winds keep picking up like they are right now, we'll definitely lose power, which won't be super great. But yeah, I'm just a person that doesn't do well around other people. It's kind of why I don't stream with other people, and like I've talked about before, most of the time I'm not a person who actively tries to seek out and talk to other people. I've only done it a couple of times, and those people don't even really talk to me anymore, and every time I do try to do it, I just basically get like a blank, and they either don't want to play with me or don't even respond to me until like a day or two later, when they're like, oh, I didn't see this message, even though I used my PS4 and swapped out games and went to my dashboard 100 times. It's just like, sure, bud, sure. You realize why I don't like when people use the word friend. because most people are not friends. I would not consider most of the people that I know currently a good friend. Most of them would not help me in an emergency. Most of them wouldn't do any of the things that you'd consider a good friend to do, and that's why I wouldn't consider them good friends. And it's as simple as that. I've been burned by many friends when I was younger, so it's very easy for me to have no trust for almost any person. Even having known people for years. Also, I wasn't sitting in front of my TV. Sorry. Madman Jordan. That's why I just rage at single player games now, and I mean, I would like to say a good portion of the time I'm not actually raging. And again, making a comparison to one of the worst people currently in content creation, like DarkSidePhil, I don't want to say that I'm similar to him, because I don't even need to explain why that's bad. I was just merely using how he developed his character, but how his character wasn't necessarily bad at the start. Like, the idea of someone raging at video games is not bad. And if done right, can be very successful. Look at Michael from Rooster Teeth, for example, with the Rage Quit series. That's just him either shouting about how he can't do something or shouting about how the game is impossible. I don't necessarily think he ever would say that games sucked, but I won't lie, my brain is like being real fucking stupid right now because I can't even remember what the device that measures the speed of wind is called, because I'd love one of those. Like I said, if the wind got much worse than what it is now, I am gonna shut off the stream because it's getting pretty bad out. That's all I can hear outside is the wind right now. It only said it was gonna be up to 40 miles an hour, but it definitely feels like it's going to go above that. There's no way the beginning of the storm is the windiest part. It either must be just really windy or there's a huge ass wall of rain that's coming. But I don't think the wind surge from rain would travel out hundreds of miles over mountains. This is like surface level wind, which is different. And because there's no trees or leaves to cut down on the wind, besides the pine trees, everything outside just gets hit with the brunt force of a gust of wind. Luckily outside right now it's just a pretty consistent wind, so everything is getting a consistent strain. Because when stuff is getting a constant strain, it's different than when it's getting a sudden jerking back and forth of the wind speed changing. That's when you get trees snapping and stuff like that. When the wind speed goes from being like 80 miles an hour to 100 miles an hour in an instant. When those kinds of gusts hit shit, that shit, it'll go like... It's basically like taking a stick in your hand, and you know how you can like bend it to the point where it's almost gonna break? You do that, but you do it after already pre-bending it. So it's like, it's... In a way, you're putting preemptive tension on it, so it breaks even faster. Jeez. Did I do that? I do not know. Also, yeah, beast form definitely takes less fall damage, because on a normal character, you take fall damage in this room. Wait, where'd they go? I looked away from the screen for a second. There they went. Mr. Impatient Fuck. My stupid fucking sweatshirt zipper flippity flopping around. Yeah, I don't know. I just have a very negative outlook on multiplayer games currently. And it partially stems from watching other people basically flop when it comes to getting sour over the years. You have people like Wings of Redemption, which has probably one of the sadder streamer, YouTuber like stories about them. If you've never heard of Wings of Redemption, there's a couple good YouTube videos which kind of document it. He was a friend of FPS Kyle, which some people might know as FPS Russia. And one of the other dudes, which actually tried to help him, but ended up making it kind of worse for him. And then he got part of his stomach cut out. Because he developed an eating problem due to stress and stuff. I'm not going to talk about it too much, but... Again, there are a couple people who are like that had really sad careers that were all based off of anger at video games in a competitive manner. I can't really think of one that was like a rager at single player video games, but then disappeared mysteriously, but I wouldn't know. I only know a select group of like the video game YouTuber branch. And some that aren't even necessarily video game YouTubers, they just got roped in at times due to their knowledge. People like A German Spy and Plague of Gripes, when it comes to like Dark Souls, is probably the best example of that. Can I not parry an on-run? Why can I not parry? Motherfuck. Holy fuck, it's like DS1 parrying on Xbox 360. You gotta parry a legacy before the person even swings. Why do you kill the gun guy? Then again, when you can't... Oh, yep, that's what you get for trying to kill the gun guy first. Ah. Damn it. Gotta parry a full millennium before the enemy swings. When you're connected to that guy. It's not like that when I was playing with my friend Hyro, so it's just a regional thing, I'm guessing. My friend Hyro is from a similar region to me, so we normally have very low ping. How's it going? Sorry if you hear any, like, jangling or anything like that. It's the fucking zipper on my sweatshirt. If I move even the tiniest bit. I tend to stand and play, so... Sometimes moving around accidentally causes that. It's So I try to move like I have a scoliosis treatment thing on my back. Step carefully. How's it going? I need to remember to wear my other sweatshirt when I stream. But this one's so much more comfortable. It's got the fluff on the inside. I like feeling like I'm being hugged by a cat at all times. But it's got this annoying ass zipper on it. It's like an excessively big, whatever you call the thing on the zipper that you pull on to drag it up and down. It's like having a dang cowbell if you're walking on the street. It just is jang, jang, jang as you're walking. I can't speak tonight. It's just one of those nights where my speaking speed is at like half. Someone clicked the YouTube player in my brain and put it at half speed. Normally I'm talking like this. I just don't have the energy tonight. I didn't get that great of sleep, to be honest. It's probably my biggest problem. I can't go to sleep without seeing Neo 2 on the other side of my eyelids. It's like someone tattooed it on the inside. Cobra. Kai. Not that way. Hello? Oh, no. Well, that was great. Did the guy just run by the red spiders? Like... There's only one fucking path that it could have gone. Never understand people who just run by shit like that. I can understand running by the Witch of Hemwick people, because those things are annoying in cursed chalices, but that's just like kill the fucking Bell Witch. I hate those spiders, though. A lot of the enemies in this game are like hard programmed to do a specific attack if you're running. Their Lua has a very high likeliness of picking that attack if you are running. Or if you're facing away from them. Good example is the Executioner guys will just continually use the jump attack over and over again. The spiders only use the jump double stab that does like 3/4 of your HP, so if two hit you at the same time, you basically instantly die. And there's always multiple of them at the same time. Yeah, again, there's only one way he could have gone. I'm getting rid of this bitch this time. Guy hasn't been this way yet, but... So yeah, he just ran by the red spiders and then just killed them once he was far enough away from the Bell Maiden that the Bell Maiden spawning was no longer active. Why? The Bell Maidens are at least killable, unlike the fucking witches. Hello? Are those spam accounts or something? What has been with YouTube recently? Like the Trap Town NCS and shit like that? Where I can never tell if people are legitimate or if they're robots. Because they just stop by and say hi, they don't like say anything else. Freaking spooky, man. Like I was holding an invisible light. Like, you literally cleared all of this out already. This is a weird chalice, dude. Yep, you got the typical terrible cooperator that doesn't come to the the host. It literally, I don't know what goes on in people's brains when they're like, I'm going to cooperate with somebody. Let me just completely fucking ignore them, complete the entire chalice, and then wait at the fucking end. And just sit there. And then leave when the guy doesn't finish the dungeon fast enough for you. Fucking twat. Twat waffle. Twat nugs. Nugs of the twat varietal. Oh, you're dead. And that other guy was such a great help now, wasn't he? Who never showed his face, who went through the entire chalice and got the boss door open. Awesome. I love people like that. They're my favorite. I swear, like, I wonder why people even co-op. beckoning bell. Yeah. Don't let useless McGee get summoned before me. Got real gamer neck going on right now, dude. You know what I mean? Fucking gamer neck. But there's no game. So come into the cage and become Nana's shade. Another Nana disappeared. So the grandson carries the cage. Nana's never coming back. It's the only NPC's dialogue in any Souls game I can remember from start to end. Start to end? Start to end! You know my favorite character in DBZ? T-End. What? That's not how you say his name? It's T-End, dumbass. Come on. Co-op me, baby. Get some, baby. Cobra. Easy peasy. No, it could have been God. It could have been God tier. If it was only stamina increase. Oh my God. Sadness. O Flora of the moon, of the dream.
Well, let me stand. Farewell.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and hopefully in the time that I go to the bathroom I don't get thrown in. I'm here.
Welcome. What is it?
What?
Welcome. What? Very well. Let me.
There you go. You glitch. You glitch. Sure. One shot, one kill. No! He got the 1 HP dream. If I did fucking 1 digit more damage. I need to put better... Why did I put better blood gems in something I'm not even using? I should have put fucking better blood gems in this. Irreverent Izzy. That was when they were still trying to have story in the game. that was more than just a loose plot. Isn't there a 250 one? How have I not found that one yet? Only just realized that it's like one of the only rooms that I don't have is the in-between blood rapture. Not like it it would make any difference whatsoever. It's just I've never ever been able to have a character in Bloodborne that had all the runes on them. But I've also never gone out of my way to get it, because obviously I could just go look up a Reddit post where it's like, this chalice you can get this rune on this floor, and this chalice you can get this rune on this floor. And it's like, I could easily get them all, but I'm more of a natural discovery kind of person than anything. I don't tend to go extremely out of my way to do something. Also, 1 second. Keep doing with the waters I get out? Do I really? Oh, there it is. I was gonna say, there's no way I drank a whole nother water. Sorry. One of the changes that I always felt they should make to Bloodborne is they should have made you be able to, or allowed you to be able to co-op Gehrman in the Moon Presence if you're an NG+. So you could just sit in the Hunter's Dream with that active. That would have made it so that more people would have actually been able to co-op them. I would go as far as guessing that like 98 to 99% of people who have played this game, if not even something as drastic as like 99.2 to 99.4% of people, have never co-opted Gehrman or Moon Presence unless they actively tried to. I only ever got one or two. I think I got one. No, it was definitely only just one. I'm pretty sure. And that was back when the game had came out. I think I tried to co-op another time and loaded into a guy's game, but then had a connection error occurred, or whatever it says. don't even know if it was Garum Moon Presence that time. Only reason I wish is because the Moon Presence is worth fighting the Moon Presence alone. You don't even need to fight Gehrman, because Gehrman doesn't give anything if you don't end the story with him. If you end the story with the Moon Presence, that's when you get the souls. They don't give you the souls for Gehrman immediately, so you don't instantly die with them to the Moon Presence. At least if I remember correctly. I've done it like 3 times in a row, you'd think I'd remember. I think one of my last playthroughs of this game, besides this one, was when I got the Platinum, because I had never done I had never done the ending where I let Gehrman kill me. I would have to load through my different characters to even find out which one did. Any character that submits their life to Gehrman will have another grave in the Hunter's Dream. I've talked about this before. But the grave will get added in the little tiny empty spot that's right down the main walkway. There's like a little empty spot. It seems like there should be something there, and that's because a grave gets placed there if your player character commits their life to Gehrman, because that's where the doll buries you. I'm guessing it's the doll and not Gehrman. I don't know why I'm so tired tonight, but like I said, I didn't sleep well yesterday. I've had like these super swollen sinuses that just won't fuck off. All right. Ow. That took forever. I'm here though. Never mind. The person died. Dang. I really wish there were less people trying to co-op and more people trying to summon. What the hell? You can break those? Okay. That's the one thing I don't like about Bloodborne. See, that guy had the same problem. Is when you go to swing at an enemy and the enemy wins the trade because the networking. When if it was you playing solo without the networking, you would have hit it and been fine. Petition to stop allowing developers to do peer-to-peer connection systems for their video games.
I would co-op so bad, bro.
What?
But I don't have the game downloaded already.
Oh, I'm not the one looking for help. I'm just helping other people.
What level are you?
Wait, where'd the guy just go? I looked away for like 1 second. I looked at my chat. 285, almost 300. No idea where the guy just went.
I thought you needed help, lol. I am level 544, was going to wreck the fuck out of everything.
Yeah, level doesn't matter that much though. All that matters is 99 vitality, which is often the most overlooked stat.
And endurance.
Well, unlike health, you don't really get a whole lot once you get past 50. I think you get like an extra 15, maybe even less than that, from going from like 45 to 99 or something. It's like ludicrously low.
I wouldn't recommend upgrading health over 50.
Why? Because, see, that's the part where I get really, like, angry with most of the people who play this game and try to tell other people, like, good ways to play through the game when they don't understand basic things like, I don't know, blood vials heal for max HP, which is percentage. Your only way to upgrade your blood vials is to upgrade your max vitality. Even if going from only 60 to 99 only gives you an extra 250 health, that percentage is much greater. I'm at 1900 health right now. I heal for 800 a blood vial. Compared to a player who has 50 vitality that heals for, I think, like 600 a blood vial, it's a big difference. I can actually take 2 to 3 hits from cursed bosses.
You lose way more health quicker.
No, you don't. That's just the misconception that people have because no one actually levels HP at all. The people who say curse chalices, everything is a one-shot are just dumb. They've simply never tried it to say otherwise because they just listen to the same guy on Reddit say the same shit that has objective facts against it. It's just like people who say the threaded cane is bad. It's just not true. People need to stop circulating misinformation on a game that's 5 years old, where all the information has been data mined. Oh yeah, your 50 vitality would survive just what happened to my character, wouldn't it? No, it wouldn't. You'd be dead. You'd be dead, and because you had slightly extra damage stats, you'd only be dealing like 30 to 40 extra damage on hit than me with a big weapon. It wouldn't even be that big of a difference. People invest way more in this game into damage, even though scaling sucks unless you have good blood gems and vice versa. It's way, way more effective in Bloodborne to just go 99 vitality off the beginning of the game and don't level any damage stat above 20. That's what I did on my character, and I didn't die for like the first half of my playthrough. The only time I died is when I got fucking insta-killed by the snake charge attack. Even now in NG+, I can survive shit that everyone says is an insta-kill. A Breedis charge, I can survive that. Orphan of Cause jump, I can survive that. Because I'm not good enough to fight the bosses without being able to take a hit or two sometimes. And I accept that, but the people who say that health is not useful just don't understand how percentages work. With 99 vitality, you get 1900 health. With what is 40% of 1900? 50% is pretty easy. It's 950. So 40%. Like I said, it's around 800. A blood vial that I get. And if I wanted to, I could have more than I do. I just don't run that because it's pointless. But you can. You can heal for 1,100 blood... Sorry. Choked on my own spit over here. But... you can absolutely get way more effectiveness out of health than you can damage stats above 50. Way more. Endurance is useless above 50 for the most part. In most cases, most weapons don't even get like an extra charge attack out of them. And like I said, with most weapons, you go above 50, you're getting an extra 20 to 30 damage in most cases, unless your weapon is Ludwig's Holy Blade. It's the only weapon that benefits from having both strength and skill at 99 and actually gets a decent chunk of damage out of it. Every other weapon in the game does not at all. They rely heavily on perfect, good blood gems to match the type of weapon. Like if you want a good boom hammer setup, you need to have nourishing gems. Because having fire gems by themselves is garbage, and having all physical attack means the fire part of the weapon doesn't do a lot of damage. This weapon is very niche in it actually being good, but when it is actually good, it can one-shot most enemies with a charge attack. It's like even right now, it's fucking 200 plus 703. It's just... You just don't get that much more out of it. I mean, I've seen Ludwigs with higher ARs than that, but they're also people that have 4 26+% gems in them. But people who put an extreme amount of emphasis on it, it's just simply, it's not necessary. Again, people who call the cane bad are also in that same group of people. People who say vitality is bad and people who say cane is bad are the same group of people. Because they just don't understand either how a weapon's spacing and utility can outweigh doing 50 extra damage on hit. Same way that consuming less stamina on hit means you can continually attack a monster when it actually staggers. Say you're fighting Bloodletting Beast with a whirligig saw. If you get a stagger, you have at most 3 to 4 swings that you're going to get after that. Unless for whatever reason you're not using cursed stamina increasing gems, and then you'll get one extra swing. And that's it. With the cane, you can swing 8 to 10 times, even with cursed gems that increase the stamina cost. And on most of the monsters and things in the game, the serration damage type that the cane's extended form does is one of the best damage types you can do for staggering them or breaking the parts, especially when you combine that with an element. In the case of Amygdala, the cane is probably, without a doubt, the best weapon for fighting Amygdala. It's also the best weapon for fighting the Great One Reborn. And I don't care what people say about, oh, but the Saw Cleaver transform attack, it's not as stamina efficient. I showed on my stream like 2 or 3 days ago, fighting the Great One Reborn, I did 14,500 damage in 1 stamina bar with the threaded cane. And I'm not saying that as like, that's what it said above the HP bar, like 14,000 damage in 1 combo, basically. Build up the Beast Hood with the R2s, because on a lot of the Beast bosses and multiple hitbox bosses, doing an R2 with the threaded cane is almost equivalent, if not greater than doing an L1 transform attack with the Saw Cleaver. On top of the fact that it also uses about the same amount of stamina and covers a way wider reach. So like I said, bosses with multiple hitboxes, the Beast Hood generated is actually based on your hitbox traveling through independent hitboxes. So bosses that have multiple limbs that can all be broken generate more Beast Hood when the weapon intersects with all of them when you're swinging. This is why, even though the Beast Claw generates a lot of Beast Hood, you never get the bar that built up unless you R1 30 times in a row. Because its weapon hitboxes are so small that you're only ever intersecting with 1 or 2 hitboxes at the same time when generating Beast Hood. And the hits aren't in rapid enough succession like the Whirligig saw to generate a big chunk of it at a time, so at the diminishing return of it draining over time. It's not a diminishing return, that's the wrong term for that. The draining of the meter will be counteracted by that. Whereas with the Beast Claw, it's very, very hard to make that weapon viable on most bosses. To actually use it to build up Beast Hood anyways. I get into this all the time with people. I'm the opposite of how most people think and play these types of games, because I don't analyze them from the perspective of another guy online, like most people do. I would love to see a version of the world where people played Bloodborne without using someone else's guide as to how to build their characters. Without someone else telling them what a meta build is or stuff like that. How many more people would actually end up with a 99 vitality type thing? Because surely you're not going to have all these people that would never do anything like that, right? Because when I was younger, when most people would play RPGs, you would either go for the most amount of damage you can, or the most amount of health you could. Because having health a lot of the time meant you had more to heal when you needed to heal it. And even though people always have made the argument, and this is where that comes in, that if you just did more damage, you wouldn't need to heal so much. But subsequently, you wouldn't need to retry so many times if dealing a lot of damage was actually beneficial. Because if you're just dealing a lot of damage and you can't take a hit, it means anytime you do take a hit, it's basically a reset. And you're going to end up retrying it way more times than me, who's probably a less skilled player, but because I go for that tiny little bit of extra health that lets you survive a lot of the one-shots, I don't get one-shot, so I complete bosses like Ludwig and Orphan of Cause within a relatively short amount of time in the new game cycle. I think their new game versions aren't even that tough, because by the point that I'm doing that, I've already gone through chalices and have plenty of gems. On top of the fact that Ludwig is also one of those bosses that is weak to the cane. And in new game cycles, in the first new game cycle, you can just use the cane buffed with fire. You don't even need beast blood pellets, because you're not really going to get the opportunity to use them, but you can chug them down because the cane can surprisingly stagger him really easily. I mean, I was showing that off even, again, a couple days ago when I was going through the DLC in NG+3. I beat Ludwig like second or third try in NG+3. Because as long as he's not one-shotting me with some of his crazy moves, I'm fine. And it's not even that I expect to be one-shotted. A lot of the time when I do have, like, a good fight with a boss, I don't even get hit that many times. But that's the whole point. Is it's like, I like to be able to get hit so I can learn why I got hit, or try to build the muscle memory better to not get hit. Some people out there are masochists that are perfectly fine with restarting something 100 times over. I am not one of those people. When it comes to something that I've already beaten before, I'm perfectly fine with, if it's the first time I have to fight it, it taking me 100 tries, but hopefully by that 100th try, like every single try up until that point was getting it down to like really close to beating it. That's how it was for me with Neo for most of the bosses, except for Nine Tails or whatever. That boss was the only boss in Neo that took me more than 60 tries to complete. And I was fuming by the end of it. Mostly just because that boss fight is super, super unfair. Sorry though, I was trying to put on stuff so I could go outside and have a smoke. Hopefully the wind doesn't get picked up on the microphone. It shouldn't. The rain's probably audible though. But it's also, like, the thing that is a problem with that kind of mentality is that there have been a lot of people that I have met who don't like the fact that I do 99 vitality, and then they'll go, like, comment or talk to another person, and they'll make fun of the fact that this person 99 vitality, even though they're the person that just doesn't understand numbers. I'm by no means a genius, but even I understand that in Dark Souls, leveling the health stat to 99 is pointless, because it doesn't give you a lot of extra HP, and it doesn't benefit your healing item. But in Bloodborne, it's different. It benefits your healing item, because it's a percentage. Increasing the max by even if it's insignificant, you're increasing that maximum threshold for the healing item. Vitality is an Estus Flask plus upgrade. If you want your Estus Flask to be fully upgraded, you need to have Vitality at 99. That's just how Bloodborne works. And people who call me dumb because they don't understand that are the problem with most of the Souls community. If you have 99 in strength and skill, so what? If you join my game and I'm fighting a Breedis or Amygdala and you get one shot by a fucking running attack, what good is your 99 in arcane and strength and skill and blood tinge? It's fucking useless. If you die... Like, I've never understood that fucking argument, and I never will. Because I come from a place of old school RPGs where that argument just doesn't mean anything. It only means shit now because people jumped on the FromSoft bandwagon, which FromSoft initially started making RPGs, which slowly shifted more and more into action games with little bits of the RPG plucked out of it over time. And by the end, Dark Souls 3 is a fucking featherless hen. It doesn't have any uniqueness to it anymore. It's just a cut and dry version of the game with homages to the other games that they already made. And then Sekiro took the cut and dry RPG to another level. But again, that's because it focuses more on action games, which I'm not trying to call Sekiro bad when I say that. It's just not my type of game. And to be honest, it's not most of the Souls community's type of game, because despite the fact everyone talks so highly of it, I don't fucking see anyone playing it anymore. You know what I do see, though? I see people playing Dark Souls that have been playing Dark Souls for the past 5 to 6 years, but they ain't playing Sekiro. They played through it maybe once, maybe twice if they were a speedrunner, then they played through it like 60 times. But in other cases, no. No. It's just unrealistic. And to me, good games are games that are replayable. To me. And that's why I say to me specifically. I by no means think Sekiro is a badly developed game or that it has a bad combat system or something like that. I don't personally like it, but that doesn't mean it's bad. That's a subjective part. The non-subjective part is the fact that it is not as RPG as the Souls games and therefore lacks replayability and therefore doesn't promote replayability. Therefore, most people should not consider it as great of a game as they do. Because although it is a great experience, I see people who start playing Dark Souls again all the time that were like, I played Dark Souls like 5 years ago, but I just like randomly wanted to start playing it again. You're not gonna see that with a lot of other types of RPGs or games. And that's not necessarily even because Dark Souls is good. It just left a lasting impression on people because of the way it was blown up and the way that people always think about it. Now, it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just to me that like games like Dark Souls 3 are a husk of a game that they could be. And it's a husk because the game is so focused around the fact of its only unique mechanic, because everyone seems to think that all of the other mechanics in the game that make a Souls-like are Souls-like, even though those mechanics were just stolen from games that already existed on PlayStation 2 and Xbox 360. But I'm not going to get into that rant again, because I get sick of getting into that rant every single time someone uses the term Souls-like. It's a bullshit term coined by people who were bandwagon jumpers that never played third-person RPGs or action games prior to Souls games. So they had no judgment, and so they think everything about a Souls game is awesome, despite the fact you have areas like Lost Izalith and fucking Duke's Archives, crystal invisible platforms with a bunch of clams and a copy-pasted boss stuck in two places that you can't even really fight that well. And then a bunch of copy-pasted Taurus demons protecting a ember, if I remember correctly, or a pyromancy. I can't even remember. Even though I just played it last month. Everyone always fucking talks so highly of the design of the games until they're playing the game and realize that, oh, they're spending half of the time running by all of this well-designed shit. Die once to a Baldur Knight? Oh, gonna run through the entire undead church. Oh, what's that? Die once to this thing? Oh, time for me to run all the way through this entire thing. And it's just like, again, I'm not trying to downplay the fact that once you die and you want to get back to your souls, you want to get back to your souls. I'm not trying to deny that. I'm just like, when people talk about the design of the games being awesome, but yet you can see it from so many different perspectives of how the design is bad in so many different ways, especially in the earlier games. Dark Souls 3 has better overall design, but it lacks character because it is literally just a homage in the form of a game that successfully made the entire story meaningless. Because the entire story it's basically a dream story. And I don't like dream stories. And that's FromSoft stories. Where it's like, oh, your character awoke in this world and then ended this world and it's gone, sort of thing. And then you have Dark Souls 3 that's literally like, oh, all the prior games didn't really matter because time is like convoluted and the entire world was really just already shit and there was just a god creating an illusion of an okay world for everyone. And once you fucked that up, everything was just shit, and so now everything's just permanently shit because then you went to the source of the shit and killed the guy killing the source of the shit, which I don't even understand how the end of Dark Souls 3 DLC is supposed to make any fucking sense in terms of the overall scope of the game's story. Because it literally basically, I hate English sometimes. Again, the only way to explain Dark Souls 3's story and explain Dark Souls plotline to someone in less than a couple sentences is there was a curse. People were branded by this curse and it made them undead. People kept coming back. Everything slowly started to turn and fade away and get lost to time. Again, that's 2 sentences. And then you have the third sentence. Everything was lost to time before everyone even knew it, and the entire world was an illusion created by a god protected by some, like, deep-voiced adjudicator. Like, I don't know. People who can rationalize that and, like, look at it and just be like, whoa, that's amazing, or whoa, that's so cool, I feel so awesome for you. Like, you're great. Because I can't feel that same way about those games. I can't not analyze a video game from a perspective of a person that has not liked the games. And it's not that I don't like the games, it's just that I don't view games that way. Even games that I like a lot, I will view on their critical bad points more than I will view them on their good points. Because someone who is looking to get invested into a video game wants to know the things that might tick them off about it. There might be, like, the entire game might be great, but there might be one specific way that the game controls that the person's brain just fucking hates. And it's not even a matter of the person getting used to it, they just don't like it. And that's just how games are sometimes. Some people don't like Tetris, some people like Dr. Mario, some people don't like Dr. Mario, some people like columns. I just think we've gotten into a place with video gaming where people don't know how to analyze game genres because they don't know how to analyze games, because a lot of the people who play games nowadays don't play a variety of games, they just watch a variety of games, so they think they know what's what because they don't really have time to dedicate to a bunch of video games. Which is completely understandable, but again, I think those people don't really have a valid say in that. And even the people who do play the games, a lot of the time, I don't think even have a valid say in what is good or bad about a certain video game. Because they have the fucking beer goggle problem, or the rose-tinted glasses, to put it better. Where they just can't help but say good things over and over and over again. And like hype the game up on this super fucking tall pedestal. When in reality, it's like if the pedestal was the Eiffel Tower, it's more like a 3-story apartment building. But it's got like castle steeples and stuff, and the apartment building looks really nice. And so when you approach it, it looks like it's a massive castle building. But in reality, it's just a 3-story apartment. It's not a fucking Eiffel Tower. It's not a Burj Khalifa. In my opinion, the Souls community puts it up at the Burj Khalifa because they want to believe that it is that great. When, again, you have to like psychoanalyze things from a perspective that is hard to detach your brain from it. And when it comes to reviewing stuff, you can't review stuff based off of bias. Even if you like a specific thing about it. I could like a specific thing about an RPG, but can completely understand when someone's like, yeah, but I don't like that because that breaks the game. Or I don't like that because that's fucking stupid. Why do you even want to do that kind of thing? Why do you want to play a necromancer in Diablo 2 and summon a bunch of fucking skeletons, you idiot? Why do you want to do that? You could play every other class and have it be more fun than watching AI kill something and then trying to fight Diablo and then realizing that Diablo kills all of your minions fucking instantly because you're an idiot and you went fucking minion build on a necromancer. I don't know. I feel like it's real shit, the current state of people judging video games and not having a valid enough opinion on being able to actually judge it without the rose-tinted glasses, like I said. Judging a game based off of its design as an entirety. Analyzing every part of the game. Not to downplay the rest of the part of the game. It's not like Dark Souls is a fucking 5 out of 10 or something like that. It's still up there, but it is not... None of the game... I think Bloodborne is the only one that comes close enough to being an actual 10. And Bloodborne's let down from being like a letter grade higher just based off of the sheer fact that so much of the game was unfinished and or just completely cut out of the game for no rhyme or reason. Granted, most people probably wouldn't know that But again, you have to view stuff from an objective point of view from everything that you've learned about it. That's how I like to view things. Even outside of video games, that's how you should view everything. That's how you become an individual thinker instead of being a hive mind that thinks alongside other people just for the sake of comfort, that knowing that those other people agree with you. I don't do that. I don't care if some guy doesn't like me because I like leveling vitality in Bloodborne to 99. It has no effect on the way that I am going to play the game in the future. I'm still going to play the game the way that I enjoy playing the game. And I'm going to enjoy the elements that I like about the game. I'm not going to let someone else tell me what to enjoy. I don't know though, it's gotten to the point where I talk about this on like almost a weekly basis. And I repeat a lot of the same things, but I mean, I'll keep doing it as long as I have to. Until I die, pretty much. I think people should be more logistical with the way that they look at things. I can tend to be a little bit negative in my own regard, and I can completely understand that. And that's mostly because if you want to see someone who highlights the good things about a game, go watch a mainstream YouTuber play a game. They are going to purposely not say negative stuff just for the sake of not slandering the company. I'm not going to do that. If there's something I don't like about a game, I'll make it very evident. And I'll say why I feel that way about that thing. I know that's not exactly new either, but there aren't enough people with just real perspectives on things. There's too many people who are jaded, too many people who won't say the real things that need to be said about a video game. Like I said, when it comes to core design. Like, again, if you've ever heard me talk about Dark Souls 1, I always have said the first half of Dark Souls 1 is the best Dark Souls game. But you get to that later half of the game, and they purposely give you teleportation for a reason. Because they knew it was going to be a slog for you to try and get through most of those zones if you had to run in between them all. But not only that, most of the late game zones are where not only does the enemy variety start to dwindle, the enemy variety doesn't benefit it at all. Because most of the new enemies in those new zones are either annoying to deal with, oversized, which makes them even harder to deal with than it being already a hard to deal with normal sized enemy, like you have in Dark Souls 3, where a lot of the enemies are more normal sized, but they're much harder to deal with because they just constantly spam attacks that move themselves forward really far each time. They do the Bloodborne thing, where Bloodborne does the same bullshit, where if you try to back dodge away from a lot of the enemies, they'll just instantly do an attack which punishes you going backwards. That has very little tracking, but goes like a fucking missile forward. And if you don't make that clutch, split-second reaction to it every single time, you're gonna get hit. And that's the core of how, like, Lothric Knights are designed in DS3. They constantly punish you trying to go to their backside. And if you stand in front of them for more than a second, they'll unleash a spammy, forward step heavy combo that you don't get with a weapon like that. The Lothric Knights fight more like what Dark Souls 3 should have fought like. Where the animation should have been more like Bloodborne, where there was a lot more animation effort put into the body of the character, and not just the way that the torso contorts and swings the weapon, like you have in most of the Souls games, where your character's like body and legs kind of just stand there and do nothing. They pull a Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter does the same thing, where it's like you kind of just stand there and are swinging with your upper body. But even Monster Hunter has more elaborate animations at this point in time. Just because each one of the weapons is a specially crafted weapon that has had animations that stem a decade. Like, the sword and shield animations in Monster Hunter World are still the same base animations that you have in Monster Hunter 1 on PlayStation 2. They're the same animations. The only thing that's different is the sequence in which you can activate them and how you activate them. Monster Hunter on PlayStation 2 is a very weird game. It does not have conventional controls by any stretch of the imagination, and it is probably one of the most difficult games to hand a controller to a person with. With Monster Hunter World is a lot more intuitive, even with its controls being not so intuitive. At least it has attack buttons on the face button, the camera controls with a right analog stick. You aim and shoot with your left trigger and right trigger, and it's a third-person dynamic kind of camera. Not a fixed first-person angle where you're playing GoldenEye with a frickin' targeting reticule within the screen, and you don't even get to see your character. You just see this obnoxious gun flash animation over and over and over again every single time you fire the gun. The games have come a long way, but again, Dark Souls 3 would have benefited so much more if they just didn't try to put 140 different weapons from different games in, and instead put more effort into 40 weapons, 40 or 50 weapons in the game, but have them all feel much more unique and diverse in their movesets. Like, if the different Ultra Greatswords actually functioned like different Ultra Greatswords, like DS2. Even DS2, with its plethora of obnoxious amounts of weapons, with a lot of them just being garbage reskins, Dark Souls 2 actually does have weapons that are within the same class that have different movesets from different classes. They're not unique movesets, but that's at least closer to what I would want. I'd want weapons that were either, if they're a boss weapon, to me, a boss weapon in a Souls game should always have a unique moveset. Both in its R1s, R2s, backstep attacks, everything should be unique to that weapon. It's a boss weapon. Dark Souls 3 does that kind of. I say kind of because you have stuff like the Dancer, which has like a special skill, but the base weapons are just curved swords. Just dual wield curved swords. And I think that personally is a terrible system. DS2 had a way better system. Even though power stancing was kind of poorly designed in of how it worked, the idea of just you put two weapons on and you dual wield them makes a lot more sense than, oh, I have a pair of weapons in my inventory. Bullet. Dang it. I don't take fall damage, or that much fall damage anyways, because I'm a beast. I'm a beast. I'm a weirdo. What the hell am I doing here? Please don't copyright me. Crunchy. Away! Away! Sure, let's use the cruddy bolt hunter axe. And do like 250 damage a swing. I need an arcane scaling gem for it. See, beasts don't take fall damage. Beastie boy. Get some frame rate back in this place. Get rid of those things. Else the frames will catch up to you. And we don't want that. You don't want the frames. Well, I want the frames to stay. I don't want the frames to go. Give me the frames I want. Give me the frames I need. Good job. Always way faster than I think it will be. This guy's lucky. There's no Witch of Hemwicks in this. Oh, that thing went on the ground. Yep, that's what that other person deserves. Should have been co-oping. You're supposed to be a co-op orator. It's not orator though, it's orator. Narrator. Tell him how to spell. Teach him how to spell. Just teach him. Just teach it to him. What? How the fuck did that happen? Oh God. This is a baby room, so. No, Tony! What the fuck? He got like a double heal. Oh my god. I didn't even notice the fucking dart guy.
Welcome. Very well, let me. Farewell, good. Welcome. What? Very well.
feel like that guy has like a speed hack on. Yo, stop leading, motherfucker. I hate you. I hate this impatient fuck. Oh my god. No. No. Chill the fuck out. Honestly, some people make impatient look like a day job. What's so important about your life that you need to not take an extra 30 seconds in a video game? Whatever. Well, I'm gonna call it because the weather's getting pretty bad outside and shit is actually like looking sideways, so I want to shut the console off before it gets so bad out. I'm gonna shut it off and probably unplug it just in case the power goes out. I'll play some other stuff in the meantime. Hopefully my power doesn't go out or anything doesn't happen that's too bad, so I can be ready for Neo 2. But I'll be back most likely tomorrow, and hopefully when I'm back it'll be with Neo 2's last chance trial, but I can't promise anything. Normally that gets released later into the day. We'll see though. Have a good one.